After several months of monotonous rehab, Aaron Cook made his return to the Rockies rotation 6 days ago in San Diego. The long wait was over for the Rockies' all-time wins leader. And tonight he heads back to the hill at the corner of 20th and Blake. Home has always agreed with Cookie, as more than half his career victories have come at Coors Field. And the Padres are a team he has mastered through the years. Rockies baseball is next. This 10-game homestand continues tonight at gorgeous Coors Field in lower downtown Denver. Those folks will be making it inside the stadium in a matter of minutes. Rockies opening up a 3-game set tonight against the Padres. They just took 2 of 3 from San Diego out west at Petco Park. And good evening, everybody. With George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman. We just imported him back from Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Rockies 2-2 in that L.A. series. They scored a lot of runs. The pitching not so good. And tonight, Aaron Cook returns to a mound he knows very well.
Well, 35 of his wins have been in this ballpark. 7 of his 14 against the Padres have been in this ballpark. A couple of guys making a debut this year. Aaron Cook obviously pitched an awful lot here, but coming off the DL, will start against the Padres. And then Anthony Bass, the youngster coming out of Double-A Texas League with San Antonio, will make his major league debut. Is Aaron Cook in his last start against the San Diego Padres just a week ago at Petco. Cook had a very good outing, in my opinion. The only thing was probably a blemish on this was the 4 walks. I know 1 intentional, but I thought Cook early in the game was amped up, then settled down and started to get a lot of ground ball outs, heavy sinker, which worked obviously in his favor.
And when you talk about amped up early, the sinker was up the first couple of innings, and that's where he got nicked a little bit. After that, you're right. It looked like the Aaron Cook we're accustomed to seeing. I'm sure Mr. Bass will be a little nervous tonight.
You think?
Because he's pitching to guys that he has their baseball cards.
And the other side of it is he saw him put 30 runs on the board in 4 games against the Dodgers, and that was Kershaw and Billingsley and Lilly. So, you got to get a little nervous.
Yeah, it's probably not the number 1 park you raise your hand to make your debut in. The Rockies getting ready. When we come back, we'll talk about the bullpen. That'll be next as we prepare you for the Rockies and Padres. Before he is ready to leave the bullpen and take to the hill at Coors Field. Rockies opening up this three-game set against the Padres, and after a day off on Thursday, the Detroit Tigers will come in. Back upstairs with George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman. Obviously over the weekend, the good news is the bats really came alive. 30 runs offensively. It ought to have led to at least 3, maybe 4 victories. Instead, the Rockies split with the Dodgers. The bullpen, George, by and large, has been very good all year. It struggled over the weekend.
Well, here's the thing about a bullpen. It's kind of like peaks and valleys. That's what's going to happen to you in a bullpen. You're going to have great outings, and you're going to have bad outings. And obviously, in the last 12 2/3, the bullpen has not done its job. But you don't have to tell them that. They understand it. With the 9 strikeouts only, obviously the strikeouts have been almost 2-to-1 coming out of the bullpen. The hits have been down. But they ran into a buzzsaw. They ran into some bad luck. You see a blue pit off of Houston Street, then all of a sudden a big base hit comes after. And that's what ends up happening. But the Padres bullpen, they turned this into a 6-inning ball game, and they've lost one of them. Gregerson's on the DL, but Adams, Qualls, and Lupke, when you hand the ball to Bell, they're pretty good.
Absolutely, and this is the guy. Now, he got nicked the other day. He gave up a couple of runs in the 9th inning and lost a ball game. The Rockies actually beat him last week in San Diego, but he's one of the best closers in the game, and as George, you alluded to, they can get the baseball to him when you have that guy in particular, Mike Adams. Teams just don't hit him.
They do not hit him at all. They're hitting below 200 against him, and he's a guy that's very aggressive in his zone with a hard sinker and a very good slider to go with it, and he pounds the strike zone. He's exactly what you want out of their bullpen, and that's what Bud Black has. He has a very good bullpen, and that's something San Diego always seems to have.
But their starters right now
struggling
have some injuries. Aaron Harang is out, and Dustin Mosley has an injury, so it's a rookie going tonight, and Anthony Bass against the veteran Aaron Cook. Can the Rockies keep the bats going? Colorado, San Diego, come on back to Coors Field with us.
Is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By the Ford Mustang, the all-legend, zero-compromise thrill machine, Ford Mustang. Drive one. By the new Quest 5-year price lock promise. Visit quest.com/promise for details. By Sonic, America's drive-in. It's new, it's better, it's the new Sonic good. And by Southwest Airlines, new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. Been a beautiful weekend, and now we continue into the first part of the week in the mountains and down here in Denver. Aaron Cook making that familiar walk to the Coors Field mound. Rockies wearing their home purple jerseys. They've broken those out this year quite a few times after they were in hibernation the last few years. That's Chris Denorfia hitting .301 overall after a slow start. He's hit above 300 since the third week of April. Here's the rest of Bud Black's lineup presented by Southwest Airlines. Jason Bartlett at 254 is batting second. Chase Headley will bat third. Ryan Ludwig is red hot. He'll bat cleanup. And a good-looking rookie, former Red Sox farmhand Anthony Rizzo, part of that Gonzalez trade, the Adrian Gonzalez trade in the offseason. Nick Hundley next. Cameron Maven, fresh off the disabled list, is in the 7th hole. Alberto Gonzalez and the rookie making his debut, Anthony Bass. Cook's completed his warm-up pitches, George. It'll be start number 2.
Yeah, time to go to work. 5 2/3 innings over in San Diego the other day. I know if he had a little better command, he probably would have lasted into the 6th, maybe 7th inning of the baseball game. Hopes to duplicate that in a park he loves. 7-1 in his career versus San Diego in this park with an earned run average of 2.51.
If you start breaking it down by percentage, Aaron's won 69 games in his career. 14 of them have come against the Padres.
Amazing, isn't it? He's the all-time active wins leader versus San Diego with 14. Ivan Hernandez has 12. That's surprising. Oswalt at 11.
First pitch of the ball game's in there for a strike.
Well, we talked about
Coors Field, George. He's been great.
He's been great here at Coors Field. Also in his career against the Padres, 14 wins. We mentioned that. We mentioned the 7-1 here, 251 earned run average, and the opposition very good. And I like the walks per 9. Just 1 walk. Watch your backside.
Well, that sinker was off, and that's how Aaron started in San Diego. It was a lot of pitches towards belt and even above the belt. So Denorfia at first, Jason Bartlett coming up. Defensively, it's Blackman, Gonzalez, and Smith in the outfield. Wigginton, Tulowitzki, Nelson, and Helton around the horn. Iannetta behind the plate.
And part of that is his first home start. I'm sure coming back into the park, the club not playing well, or playing well and not winning, I should say, in the last couple of days. You feel that pressure to be the guy that's been a part of that. And when you set 60 days, particularly the way Aaron has, I mean, that's a difficult thing to swallow, watching your teammates while you sit in Arizona, waiting to get healthy, getting an opportunity.
Denorfia can run at first base.
5 stolen bases on the year for Denorfia. He has been caught 4 times. Chris Iannetta on the season has thrown out 23% of would-be base stealers, 12 of 52.
That's in there for a strike.
Cook fans have not forgot the fact of what he has accomplished here. Drew mentioned his 69 wins. That's the most of any Rockies pitcher in the history of the franchise. He started more ball games, 191, and he's pitched more innings, 1,221.
Two-strike count on Bartlett. Padres lost yesterday at home to Washington 2-0. Bell gave up 2 ninth-inning runs to allow Washington to win that ball game. Padres had only 5 hits yesterday. They've been a much better team out on the road, 15-12. At home, they have the worst record in all of baseball, which is really surprising. Line drive over the head of Nelson. Back-to-back singles, and that one on an 0-2 pitch. Aaron's got to get the ball down.
It's all about location for Aaron Cook, and when you want to be aggressive into the zone and you get it up, and at 87 miles an hour, the ball will flatten out. That ball out away from him, and he just poked it into right field. After looking at that on replay, really not that bad of a pitch. It's just a bad mislocation by Aaron. for me, and I had the opportunity at Tulsa to watch 2 of his starts there, where he had a lot of success. Grant you, AA players. When Chris had set up inside for that fastball, he was able to match that. But here he didn't, and that's why he gave up the base hit.
Good block by Iannetta. Headley takes ball 1. Last time we saw Headley, he was in the midst of a 16-game hit streak. Jimenez put an end to that. It was the longest hit streak of Headley's career. Headley was 0 for 4 yesterday, just 2 for 12 in the Washington series, so he's cooled off since that 16-gamer, but he drives a single to center field. Gonzalez to the baseball, and they're going to hold the runner. With Cargo out in center field.
Well, two things.
Third base coach Glenn Hoffman says, you know what, I've seen him throw.
2 things played into that. One, their hottest hitters coming to the plate in Ludwig, the guy that's driven in an awful lot of runs. He leads their club with 38. And the arm of Gonzalez. 2 things played into that, and that's why they got into this situation. Bob Apodaca's out to visit early in this game. Talk about Aaron, just slow things down, make sure you're getting that extension to the plate.
This is Chris DeNorfia running. This isn't the the backup catcher who doesn't run very well. DeNorfia doesn't get many stop signs on a base hit when he's rounding third.
Yeah, and you wonder what plays into it too. When you've struggled to scoring runs as their club has, do you panic and hold guys and hope the next guy gets a hit, or do you get aggressive and just send everybody and have them thrown out at the plate? Tough decisions for the guy at third base, and Glenn Hoffman, but he's a good one. He's done it for a number of years for the Padres now, 9 years, and then prior to that, 7 years for the Dodgers.
You mentioned it. This is not the guy the Rockies want to see. Ludwig, after a slow start to the season, hitting .364 the last month. That's the second best average in baseball. And for whatever reason, the Padres, who, their lineup is not exactly star-laden. They don't hit a lick at home. We understand that. It's Petco Park. They have the 3rd best road batting average in the National League, and that's a little tough to understand.
Well, I guess that's why they went out on the road, too. 15 and 12.
This is lifted to right field, plenty deep enough to get a run home. Smith in the corner will make the catch. One run comes in. Moving from second to third is Bartlett. The only person who didn't move up was Headley. So it's first and third with 1 out. And
it does 2 things. Because of the length of that fly ball, it allowed, with just 1 out now, to have another runner at third base now. But it allows him the opportunity to score on a fly ball.
Anthony Rizzo stepping up.
We talk about an impressive hitter.
Anthony Rizzo, the number 2 prospect in the Padre organization. He was the number 1 minor leaguer picked up in the Adrian Gonzalez deal.
Well, they got another really good arm out of that deal, Casey Kelly. That came over also. They had to give up a lot to get the now.
Here's one, and the return goes in time. A 3-6-3, of which the Rockies turned 2 yesterday. And all in all, bases loaded, nobody out. Cook gives up just 1. Good job.
Aaron Cook out of a big-time jam in that first inning, so giving up just one run was nicely done by Aaron as he got that ground ball. Cargo's got the average just 279 with a tremendous 4-game series against the Dodgers. He continues to hit in the leadoff role. Chris Nelson will follow. Todd Helton will bat third. Then Tulowitzki and Smith, they're also swinging the bat very well. Ty Wigginton at 255 will bat sixth. Then Charlie Blackmon, Chris Iannetta, and Aaron Cook. All to face a guy who's got to have big-time butterflies right now. He just came up from Double-A San Antonio, Anthony Bass.
Well, when you look back, you look try to find somebody that's a strike thrower. He does that. 17 walks, 63 2/3 innings, 353 earned run average. He's 6-3 record in San Antonio. He was 1-0 in an emergency Triple-A start for their ball club in Tucson. Fastball will range 91 to 95, touch 96 at times. It's mostly a four-seamer. It'll have slight cut when he gets to a little bit less velocity in that 88-92 range with the fastball. The slider is a 3/4 sharp slider, and then his changeup, which is really a work in progress at this point, is in the low 80s with some tail to it and a little bit of fade at times. Pitched in 4 ball games in spring training. Didn't have a whole lot of fun. 7 innings, 8 hits. He struck out 7. 614 earned run average, was 0-1. So he's had a little taste of the big leagues, Drew, but not to the point of the double deck syndrome and a whole lot of umpires and the Colorado Rockies swinging the bats. That's the difference.
Ball 1 on Carlos Gonzalez. That first pitch at 96 miles an hour. Bud Black was telling us before the ball game he will sit 93 to 96.
Well, the good arm,
he's got a big arm.
Well, how well he hides it. See a big long turn in his delivery. And that's something that hides the ball. Darren Balsley on the right-hand side, Bud Black on the left of the manager.
And that was the slider.
Back up slider. Those are one of the hardest things to hit. You think it's going to dive down and in, and dives the other way on you. And you can see him fighting a little bit. Here's what we're talking about. Watch this big rotation back with this lower half. Turns his back to you and really floats forward. And that's where he generates so much power off that back leg. And because of that delivery, he hides the ball well, too.
Out in front of the plate, and the first batter he faces in the big leagues. Carlos Gonzalez retired, 1-3. Defensively, Ludwig's in left, Cameron Maben, long strider in center field. Kristen Orphy is in right, Headley and Bartlett left side, Alberto Gonzalez and Anthony Rizzo on the right side. Nick Hundley's doing the catching. So with 1 out, that brings up Chris Nelson. You gave the scouting report on him. Bud Black said, everything's hard right now. The fastball, the slider, the changeup's really a work in progress.
And you watch guys like him, and you let them hit the wall or bottom out as a starter, because everything's hard and it's a real good 2-pitch mix, fastball, hard slider, that you start looking, is he a 7th, 8th inning guy in the bullpen because of his velocity and command? Is he a closer maybe for this ball club down the road?
Yeah.
Right now they're going to give him the opportunity to develop the 3rd pitch, the changeup, and pitch in the big leagues as a starter.
Here's the 1-1 to Nelson. This ball's hit to deep left. It's going to turn foul, though. And we got the bat head out there. 1-2 on Nelson. That's the question I asked Bud Black after he gave me his scouting report, because guys who are more of a 2-pitch mix, George, as you well know, end up in the bullpen, set up or 9th inning. But he really feels the Padres, to your point, they want to give him a long look as a starter. This ball drilled to the gap in right center field. Maben's going to cut it off. He bobbles it. Nelson's going to get the second.
Yeah, Maben just overran the baseball when he got into that outfield. Good job, Chris Nelson.
There's the energy guy, George, Chris Nelson. And what a good at-bat, Fraze, because he turns on one and hits it out foul, and then he goes to right center field, really stayed inside the baseball.
Yeah, let's see where this ball is. If it's on the outer half of the plate, he just hit it where it's pitched. That's exactly what he did. That ball's on the outside running in. It just takes it into right center field for a double. See, Maben overruns this baseball. Even if he catches the ball cleanly, I think Nelson still gets to second.
So the time run out there for Helton with 1 out.
Now One thing you find out in the big leagues, you make mistakes, you get hurt quickly.
I love that 319 average. Todd among the league leaders in batting. His rightful place. This replay brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Todd Helton yesterday hitting a 9th inning home run deep into the Dodger bullpen. And Todd could stand and admired it because he crushed this. Like Todd told me today, he said that was one of the best balls I've hit in a long time. Here's the 2-0. And I think the return of the power sometimes it still catches him by surprise, we're saying. Because a year ago he couldn't do that.
Well, he wasn't healthy. He didn't have any leg strength. His lower back was bad, which when that happens, your back goes out on you. You can't do anything with your legs, and your strength gets diminished quickly.
2-1. 3-1. By the way, with that Colorado Lottery, 2 people will become millionaires in the July 1st bonus millionaire raffle draw. Buy your tickets today. Good situation for Helton. 3-1 with Nelson at second base after doubling. Ball 4 and 2 aboard for Troy Tulowitzki. Well, Bud Black, who has such a calming influence, and it's nice for a guy like Anthony Bass to know that he's got Darren Balsley, who does a terrific job, but he's got a big league manager who is a heck of a big league starting pitcher.
And a very good pitching coach for the California Angels, too. I mean, he was outstanding for their ball club, and Mike Scioscia before he moved over to the bench role as a coach to become this manager of the Padres.
I said, did you break out the old Gene Hackman Hoosier
well, it's
story? And he said, no. He goes, but close. He said, listen, the names changed, Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, Helton. He said, but it's still 60 feet, 6 inches.
Absolutely. It's still a round ball. They have a bat, and you're trying to get them out. I liked what Hundley did right there after the walk. He went to the mound, and he said, quit trying to, and I guarantee you this is what he said to him, because it was said to me and a lot of other rookie pitchers. Quit trying to throw the baseball through the backstop.
This ball driven to left field. Ludwig is going to make the catch.
Now, quit trying to throw the baseball through the backstop. Throw it to me. Let's make some pitches here and get out of this inning. But you're trying to overthrow everything, and I understand. You're excited, and you should be. First major league start. Well, let's just turn it back a notch or two and make some pitches.
So Seth Smith with a 314 average steps up. 2 outs. Smith hitting 349 with runners in scoring position. That's 9th in the league. Last year's MVP Joey Votto leading the National League with runners in scoring position at 427. Big opening up the middle. That's a strike. Gonzalez, the second baseman, swung over to the pull side. Who wants tacos? Fans, remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more, as they've done each of the last couple of days, go to your participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 for your Rockies Tacos special. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell.
Well, that's nasty. That was a hard slider. Out on slow-mo, you really see him get out on top of this slider and allow his fingers to work on top, and that's that late break that Bud Black was talking to Drew about. It looks like a fastball and then just disappears 3 to 4 inches straight down.
0-2. And Smith fooled badly. The Rockies will leave 2 on in the first. 1-0 San Diego as we go to the second.
Alfredo Gonzalez to face Aaron Cook. Sixth inning, we'll do our Toyota talk. Still searching for a subject tonight. We like to kick it around up here. Text Toyota followed by a space, and then your comments and questions to 720-720. Here's Nick Hundley, and he takes high, ball one. Hundley came off the disabled list last week when the Rockies were in San Diego. 2-0. They've had a lot of injuries with position players. Orlando Hudson was out before the ball game running the bases. He's still on the DL.
And that's a good offensive player and a good defensive player. Nothing to take away from Alfredo Gonzalez, but he's a guy that's not hitting in their lineup, which you would anticipate. Excuse me. Yeah, Alfredo Gonzalez hit 194 out. Alberto. Sorry. Gonzalez, wrote it in my book wrong. 194 versus a guy like Hudson. I mean, Hudson is obviously a very good Major League Baseball player.
2-2. Iannetta is setting up away. Good pitch. It's that sinker you're accustomed to seeing. You could see the movement on that. It was down in the zone. Hundley's not going to do anything productive with that pitch. Right-handed hitters in that first start, 3 for 14. Lefties, 3 for 7.
Yeah, they have 479 against him, and they were 429 versus 214.
Fouled off. Nick's dad, as we've told you in the past, longtime football coach at the major college level, worked at Boulder. Nick went to school at Boulder Fairview for a while. He's back with Rick Neuheisel again at UCLA. And that's fouled off, out of play on the left side. Brad Hopp not in the lineup tonight. There's Bradley. And oh, look at that. I forgot to mention it. The goatee's gone. Center field. So Nick Hundley's retired, 1 out. That'll bring up Cameron Maben. Let's take a look at another lottery replay brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. 2 people will become millionaires in the July 1st bonus millionaire raffle drawing. Buy your tickets today. Aaron Cook's first start of the year in San Diego. And a lot of positive things. He struck out his close friend, Brad Hopp. Hopp would get him back later with a base hit. 4 strikeouts, 4 walks for Cook in that outing. He allowed 3 runs on 6 hits in 5 2/3.
Cameron Maben really likes to hit in this ballpark. 6 for 12. Against the Rockies. This is a first-round pick by the Detroit Tigers back in 2005, and then with the Florida Marlins with a group of guys in exchange for Dontre Willis and Miguel Cabrera. From there, he was acquired by the Padres in exchange for Ryan Webb and Edward Mujica back in November. Pretty talented player, just hasn't lived up to the talent level of what people thought he would be at the big leagues.
George, you know how crazy amateur baseball has gotten. I'll tell you a story about Cameron Maben to give you an idea. When Cameron Maben was 15-16, there's a strike. He played on a Connie Mack team. He's from North Carolina. He was the North Carolina Player of the Year his senior year. He played as a sophomore and junior in the summers on the famous Midland Redskins out of Cincinnati, Ohio.
Great team, and of course you and I saw them an awful lot in Farmington, New Mexico. They seem to be in first or winning a lot down there because they just stacked that team with great players from all over the country.
And so exactly. So I mean, Fred, here's a kid, North Carolina to Cincinnati, and he played for them, and he forged a very good relationship with Dexter Fowler and Chris Nelson because they played for the East Cobb program, another one of the top amateur programs in the country.
Dex, by the way, is going to go to Colorado Springs tomorrow, begin a rehab assignment. There's the 2-2, and that's going to be a base hit for Maben. Broken bat.
Well, not that this is great news, but the Padres very rarely score first in a ball game. Just 23 times out of their 68 ball games so far. But when they do, it's a pretty amazing record. 17-5 on the year. Hope that trend changes tonight for Bud Black and his ball club.
And again, they've been much better out on the road, 15-12 versus 14-26. Gonzalez takes a strike. Alberto Gonzalez hit it just 194, but he had a couple of big hits in that series last week when the Rockies were at Petco.
Swings the bat a little bit like a two-hole hitter. What I mean by that, he tries to inside out the ball a lot, take it to the right side, doesn't try to overpower it, plays within his limitations as a player and as a hitter.
Up the middle, Nelson, great stop. Can he get it out? Yeah. Careful, Tulowitzki spun right into that slide of Maben and almost got his leg twisted up.
Yeah, how about the play by Chris Nelson? That looked like a line drive base hit up the middle, but because they'd shortened up and pinched towards the bag to set up the double play ball, Nelson's able to backhand this, and they had a difficult time getting it out of the glove. You got really good speed at first base. That might have did that nick Cook's glove? But coming in awfully hard into second base. A clean baseball play by Maben. Nothing dirty about it. He's taking Tulowitzki out of the play. Yeah, Nelson, nice play. And then from his belly, flips this thing up. Not the perfect feed, but the only feed available at the time.
You know, Tulowitzki's such a marvelous athlete, George. He tries to do things that are unconventional, and more often than not, he pulls them off. He was doing a 360 and getting ready to fire to first base.
Wanted to make sure he had his arm in a position, not awkward position, where he could utilize his arm strength to throw to first base. Every time I see that play, though, I think of the second baseman with the Minnesota Twins when Nick Swisher went into him at second. You know, with the spikes. I can't think of his name right now. We will here in a second because Dougie's back, the old hippie with the beard's here, so he'll figure it out. But it snapped his leg, broke the ankle. At Swisher's, there was nothing dirty about the play for Nick Swisher. He was trying to break up a double play.
Ball and a strike on Anthony Bass.
Doug, good to see you again, buddy. After back surgery, great to see you up walking around.
Well, you're going to see something.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I've already got it.
You got the claw?
Yeah, I got the claw already.
Okay. We debuted the claw over the weekend. Not a bad swing for Bass.
Nope.
You know my theory on that, George.
I know my theory is a former pitcher that couldn't hit. Looked pretty doing it, just whether you make contact or not.
Well, I have a theory. When guys are young, and Bass is 22, he's still not that far removed from when he got to swing the bat.
Yeah, but you know what? High school 4 or 5 years ago, because he was in college. I don't know what he did at Wayne State. He might have played, but you know, it's a whole different ball of wax when you don't swing it for 4 or 5 years. And all of a sudden you're asked to do it. Tapper out front. Hey, I didn't punch out, Mom. Hit it fair territory.
Hit it a mile. They made a great play on me in my first big league at bat. Middle of 2, no score. Wigginton will lead it off for the Rockies. 1-0, excuse me, Padres. Second inning. We also will check in with Alana Rizzo for the first time this evening. Where are you?
I am way up here in left field, very high, up in the third. What section am I at? 347.
Well, I tell you what, you're not with a whole lot of people.
I know. I needed a whole section for myself. I wanted to tell you guys a little bit more about Anthony Bass, the Padres starting pitcher this evening. There was a bit of a mix-up when he arrived in Denver last evening. He flew into DIA, and when he landed, he went to the Super Shuttle counter and asked them to take him to the Westin Hotel. Well, they did, but they took him to the different Westin that he was supposed to be at. They actually took him to the Westin Westminster up on Highway 36 on the way to Boulder. And once he got there, he realized he was completely in the wrong place. He had a San Diego Padres duffel bag, a rolling suitcase, and a computer bag, and the staff at the Westin Hotel was able to arrange for a car service to take him to the appropriate Westin downtown. So he had to wait about 20 minutes to get a town car to take him to the right place, and as you can see, he made it to the ballpark on time and with no problems today. So a little bit of a mix-up for his arrival here in Denver, Colorado. I'm sure the nerves were playing with that, but kind of a funny story for the Padres starting pitcher.
Well, first of all, you don't get on the airport shuttle. You get in a limousine and tell them where you want to go.
Yes,
and
but
you
he's a young kid.
Well, I don't care.
For a limousine.
But I guarantee you, Brian Perlman, who is their head clubhouse man plus traveling secretary, I guarantee you, he told him we're at the Westin downtown, and he's like, okay, and he just said, take the Westin.
Well, in most AA towns, George, if you say, hey, I want to go to the Westin, there's one.
No, there's not
big
one.
Leagues.
No,
probably not.
Obviously, you have not traveled around
well,
much
I was thinking
in the
of
minor
Tulsa.
leagues.
Well, Tulsa.
We don't have a Westin.
You know, Westin?
We got a Hyatt and a Marriott and things like that, and a Renaissance, but yeah, not all the minor league cities. And here's the thing, when you turn the lights out, you know where you are anyway, right? Go to bed. There's usually, in the minor leagues, you got 4 guys with you. That's the problem. Nishahoki. Nishahoki, I think's the guy's name.
The Twins, yeah.
Say his name. You're the name guy.
You just did. You did a wonderful
job. Right? Okay.
Yeah, you did a great job.
Doug, you say the name then. Ned's back here coaching us.
2-1 on Ty Wigginton.
Pretty good slider. You know, and a lot of times catchers at the big league level in your rookie appearance, they will call the slider because everything, you kind of slow it all down to make sure you're on top of the baseball. The key to his outing tonight is going to be second time through this lineup.
I was just going to allude to that, George, because in the clubhouse, the video that was being played was all minor league video. And some of the video was from Texas League. Some of it was from the Cal League from 2 years ago, George.
It's with the Super 8. It's not easy.
And the fastball, honestly, he's picked up a couple miles an hour.
Well, plus
you're
sitting behind home plate, the screen's in front of you. It's tough to see the break. You don't get the looks you want to try to get or need to get. But Brian Jones obviously does a tremendous job. He got the best look he could. Now, a year ago, Charlie Blackmon spent the whole time in Tulsa. Well, a year ago, Bass was in the Cal League, so they have not met in their careers.
Here's the 0-1 on Blackmon, and that's a bullet up the middle. He just carries himself, George, like he belongs.
Well, he's going to prove one way or the other that he does belong and deserves the opportunity. And as long as he keeps laying out line drives, he's going to keep getting that chance. I can tell you that right now against right-handed pitching.
What's on that baseball, Frage?
I don't know.
What about a scuff mark?
It's a little black tar or something. Not sure what that is. It's good TV work, though.
How'd that thing get passed through?
I don't know. It got knocked off when he hit it up the middle, though. Frozen rope.
Chris Iannetta with 1 out. Second hit for the Rockies. Chris Nelson had a 1-out double in the first. Helton walked behind him. Tulowitzki lined out. Smith struck out. Run on 4 hits for the Padres against Aaron Cook. Boy, is Arizona ever hot and Florida ever cold. It's 12-4 in the 5th inning. Diamondbacks leading down in Fort Lauderdale. Florida can't get out of their own way right now, and Arizona continues to be the surprise team of the first half of the National League.
Well, they are for me. I mean, you know, nobody counted on that ball club doing anything, and they've got a monster first baseman in Mobile, Alabama right now. And Goldsmith that's just gone off. I mean, he's hitting 340 with 16, 17 home runs. Last year he's Cal Player of the Year in the Cal League. And he's repeating down there nearly 60 RBIs, but they have Miranda playing first an awful lot. But tell you what, Goldsmith keeps doing what he's doing. He's going to knock on some doors here.
Well, we saw him during spring training. He can hit the ball far. Let's update the NL West standings. The Giants won yesterday. They're idle today. 37-29 record. 37-29 record. They won 4-2 yesterday. Arizona just a game back at 36-30, and then the Rockies, they had an opportunity over the weekend to get back to 500, and they didn't take advantage. Blackman takes off. He's going to have to return, though. It's a fly ball to Ludwig. Two outs, and that'll bring up Cook. If your windshield's damaged at all, call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelite.com. Cook was 1 for 3 in San Diego. And a ground ball to second. Gonzalez has it. And the Rockies are done in the second inning. They get a hit, man left, nothing else across. 1-0 Padres off to the third. The nation's fastest mobile broadband network. By Tri-State Generation and Transmission, providing affordable power while investing in innovation. Top of the order for the Padres. George, want some gum?
Nah, go ahead.
Something's awry, because usually
it's raining.
The gravitational force of the Earth, the gum would move quicker than that. I don't understand.
Oh, boy.
How was Tulsa, my friend?
It was great. Got to go to the Miss Oklahoma pageant tonight. It was.
By the way, time out.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Georgia once again.
Yeah,
she did wonderfully well.
Yeah, she did. She did great. Made the top 15. I was really proud of her. The young lady that won, Betty Thompson, represent the state very well. And tonight it was kind of neat. Dan O'Dowd's daughter and a whole group of girls that are going to go for the Miss Colorado were being honored. She is Lexi is Dan's daughter, and she is the Miss Colorado's outstanding teen here in Colorado. And the Queen, they were both here, along with all the participants that's going to try to become Miss Colorado in June. Very competitive, a lot of fun. It was hot.
Best of luck to Lexi.
Yeah, it's all good.
Here's the 0-2. That misses 1 and 2.
Drillers right now trail 5-2 to Northwest Arkansas, which they're a game and a half out of first place. They're the lone team for the Rockies, I believe, and I'll check standings in Asheville, but they're the lone ball club so far. One ball's got a little carry to it.
Look out. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, from out here, or from where we are, George, you didn't know if Gonzalez and Smith were going to run full tilt into each other, or if there were two trains passing in the night.
Looked like whiskers could have touched.
Wow.
That's a scary thing right there.
We're going to talk a little bit about it.
Look one more time at it. Smitty's looked. I think Smitty gave it a glance. See how he kind of cut in front? See what Smitty's kind of looked at him and goes, I'm going to go ahead and take it.
Yeah, and from, you know what, not nearly as close as it looked like, but boy, that was scary. One out, Jason Bartlett, who singled at the plate. He takes a breaking ball for a strike.
I started to say as the first half starts to wind down in minor league baseball right now, the Colorado Rocky Ball Club in the Texas League, the Tulsa Drillers are one of the ball clubs fighting. Ground ball over Wigington. They're out number 2. Tulsa trails a game and a half right now to Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas, who they're playing tonight. They will play Arkansas, which is leading their division in a Texas League right now. They play them the last series at home. Hey, be at Coors Field June 17th through the 19th as the Rockies begin interleague play with the Detroit Tigers and Jim Leland and Verlander and Scherzer and Schlereth, the hometown boys coming home. A left-handed reliever and their bullpen will be here at the ballpark with the Detroit Tigers. So get tickets for that series. Detroit coming in on Friday.
And Verlander will throw in that series. Porcello will open it up on Friday night. Here's the 1-1 to Chase Headley. Be nervous Papa in attendance. Mark Schlereth when Daniel comes to town. Here's the 2-1. Good pitch, 2-2. Good pitch. Best inning of the night for Aaron Cook. 1, 2, 3 through the top of the Padres order. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Padres have the only run. Hey, welcome into Coors Field, everybody. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Alana Rizzo. Cargo is going to lead it off in the third inning against Anthony Bass. Cargo went off this past weekend. So did the rest of the Rockies offense. 356 average, the slugging percentage, 6 bombs, 30 runs. What'd you win, 3, 4 ball games out of 4? Unfortunately, the Rockies went 2-2. And I keep coming back to that word, George, symmetry. Rockies for several weeks got great pitching, really about 6-week period and couldn't do anything offensively for the most part. Now the offense comes to life and the pitching hasn't gone well.
No, it hadn't, and particularly in the back end of the bullpen, which typically you hope for.
Cargo just missed this by a grain. That thing would have gone into the second deck. He barely missed it. He barreled it just underneath.
Well, they're talking about that second time through the lineup. Gonzo gets the first look at him for the second time. Got a breaking ball out over the plate. And because of the bat coming at a kind of a downward angle and the ball downward, he just nicked the bottom of that baseball and just missed hitting it out of the ballpark.
Chris Nelson doubled his first time.
Yeah, he smoked that ball into right center field. Sure has been fun to watch. And a main reason for me is this young man loves to put the uni on and go play every day and knock the cleats, get the mud out, and go get it. And in the first inning today, he got a fastball away from him up in the zone and smoked it into right center. May have overran the baseball, but I don't think he would have had a play on Chris Nelson anyway.
If you ever want to find Chris, you know, a half hour before the ball game, most players are relaxing in the clubhouse. Chris is typically in the dugout. He'll watch the other team take batting practice. That's where he likes to go to soak everything in and get his mind ready to play.
Well, a lot of times too, when you see guys hitting, you'll see what guys are working on and maybe what they're not doing. So when you go out to play second base, you'll find a way to play certain people. Well, we mentioned Anthony Bass doesn't walk a lot of people. Just 17 walks in 63 innings at the AA level. Falling behind in counts here. His pitch count relatively pretty good. 34 as he works here with 1 out in the third.
To short. Bartlett gets the good hop. 2 outs. That'll bring up Helton. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Well, over the weekend, George, there were 63 combined runs between the Rockies and Dodgers in that 4-game set. 107 hits.
It's a good time to be the 5th starter and not pitch here.
It's the most hits in a 4-game series since the Angels in Baltimore. Excuse me, the most runs in a 4-game series since the Angels in Baltimore 2 years ago scored 66 in a 4-gamer. 1-1 on Helton. And how about pitches thrown both teams? Ready for this, George?
I can imagine.
Your arm's going to get sore. 326 on Thursday, 277 Friday, 371 Saturday, 313 on Sunday. A lot of ice bags distributed at the end of the
Yeah, I just said they're
weekend.
trying to think, you know, you divided that out, talking about almost some of those games, 40-something pitches per inning. Really? 40 per inning combined between the two teams? That's a lot of pitches, Doug.
3-1 on Todd. Now, of course,
Doug, wait a minute. Doug just said there were 75 pitches in 1 inning.
At one point, the Dodgers were out there for 40 minutes. They had a 38-minute defensive inning. 3-1 on Helton.
Did they call for a cry timeout or anything? God,
well, they brought, you know what, the good humor man came through and they all got ice cream about 25 minutes
Holy
through.
mackerel. That's where you call the timeout and who brought snacks.
Two outs, nobody on. 3-2 pitch to Todd Helton. And this ball's driven us right center field and deep. Maben going back. And he'll make the catch more than 400 feet from home plate. A couple of long flies in the inning. It's 1-0 as we go to the 4th.
good in the third. You got Kristen Orfia on a fly ball to right. Jason Bartlett would come up next and hit a ground ball to Ty Wigginton. And then Chase Headley struck out. Tardy on a fastball. First strikeout of the ball game for Cook. That's brought to you by Excel Energy. Learn about energy efficiency and how to save energy and money in your home by visiting responsiblebynature.com.
Yeah, both pitchers very clean inning that inning. 3 up, 3 down for the Rockies, although the ball hit hard in the inning by the Rockies. And then Cook 3 up, 3 down in the third of the Padres.
Here's Ludwig, and he hits it in the air to deep right center field. Smith in front of the wall will make the catch.
That's 2 balls he's hit deep out there. I didn't think they went that far.
Yeah, you and I both kind of looking at that one. That thing had a lot of carry on it. 1 out as we take a look at our AT&T trivia question. And it reads, Aaron Cook's 14 wins against San Diego are the most among active pitchers. Who's the all-time leader? Who beat the Padres more than anybody else? Anthony Rizzo takes a strike. Rizzo hit into a 3-6-3 double play. This kid was originally a 6th-round pick out of Florida high school by the Red Sox. Got his first career home run against the Nationals. Big sweeping swing. Big uppercut.
Well, that's why he hits a lot of balls out of the ballpark. And you mentioned big swing. That's exactly what he has. This is off the end of the bat. Runs pretty well for a big man. Takes a while to get going. Once he does, he runs very well.
Ty Wigginton throws him out. 2 gone. And that'll bring up Nick Hundley.
And one I guarantee you the at bat Rizzo's upset about is runner at third and 1 out. An opportunity to get an RBI and give his team a 2-0 lead. And he hit the ground ball to Helton for the 3-6-3.
Rizzo just 21.
Well, the first 10,000 on June 17th against the Tigers. They're going to get a Taco Bell We Want Tacos t-shirts. Make sure you're one of those 10,000 at the yard on that day.
George, before you washed up, cleaned up for the ball game today, you had that same mask on. Look good on you.
The purple one or the goatee?
The purple one. Nice pickup by Wigginton.
How about that inning? 4-pitch inning, wasn't it, Dougie? 7 pitches. Thinks about this. It took the Los Angeles Dodgers 68 other pitches.
check in with Alana Rizzo with tonight's Fast Cash Sideline Report, brought to you by Fast Cash Gold Centers, where you'll always get 40% more for your gold. Alana.
All right, guys, thanks very much. The AA Texas League announced their 2011 All-Stars today, and the North team features 8 Tulsa drillers. They have a lot of talent in Tulsa, and here are some of the guys that are going. Catcher Willeen Rosario and outfielder Tim Wheeler. Well, those guys are the starters, and they have 6 reserves. First baseman Ben Paulson, outfielder Scott Beer, right-handed pitcher Juan Nicasio is a reserve, but guys, I think he's up here in Colorado with the Rockies, so I think he's pretty much going to stay where he is. And Steven Dodson also named left-handed pitcher Christian Friedrich and infielder Darren Holcomb. So congratulations to those drillers named to the All-Star team. I don't think Juan Nicasio, though, is gonna be there. He has bigger things to do.
Yeah, probably not going to leave and go back and play in that ball game. But every year they have the midseason classic, which is kind of neat. Nicasio obviously will still have that recognition by his name as Texas League All-Star. They do an All-Star team in the middle of the year. They do a post-All-Star team also.
Well, Nicasio, on 2 occasions earlier this year, matched up with Anthony Bass. Tulowitzki pops it up, reaching for a slider. 1 out. The Rockies really haven't figured out Bass yet. Double by Nelson in the first, single in the second by Charlie Blackmon. That's all. He's retired 6 in a row. Smith struck out his first time. Nicasio goes tomorrow. And this is a floater to left center field. Maben lays out and makes the catch.
Well, now you see why a lot of people had a lot of high hopes for this young man, and he may turn it on in San Diego and be the player everybody thought, but he covered a lot of distance here, folks, and just laid out, was able to make that play on the Coors Field grass to retire Seth Smith. That's a nice play. Well, I like it. Look at that concentration. His eyes never left the baseball, then caught himself, turned the glove inward so the ball could not pop out of there.
Here's Ty Wigginton with 2 outs. The other thing Bud Black's got to like is with 2 outs in the 4th inning, he's thrown only 45 pitches. It's the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Bud was saying before the ball game, he likes this kid a lot. Saw him a bunch in spring training. Likes his makeup.
He pitched 7 games in spring. His ERA was high, but that can happen in one bad outing, and he can send that thing skyrocketing. Because you're trying to get your 5 starters ready to go. You're not out there getting young kids a lot of work.
Toyota Talk coming up in the 6th inning. Check Toyota, followed by a space, and then your comments and questions to 720-720.
You don't have a question. You don't get to do it tonight. I've been home 5 days thinking about it. I called Doug. We discussed it. I called Sam. We talked about it. What do you think is the best way to rate a relief pitcher that's not a closer? By how many holes, inherited runners that score, or wins and losses in ERA? Let us know on Toyota Talk.
Hold on, I'm texting in.
No, you can't play. The winner gets dinner with Doug.
I don't like ERA.
The loser gets dinner with you. Well, it's out there. You don't have to like it.
Charlie Blackmon at the plate. He singled his first time. Charlie takes down low 1-0. Rockies scored 17 runs the last 2 days. Excuse me, 15 runs the last 2 days. Nothing to show for it. They've been blanked so far on 2 hits by Anthony Bass. This ball's pulled down the line. Stay fair. It is a foul ball. That would have scored Wigginton.
Well, it's close. It's right down this right field line. Just got the head out a little bit too soon and got a little hook action on the end. That's what produced it getting into that foul territory.
Blackman has new lumber, 1-1 count. Anthony Bass, 5th round pick out of Wayne State. Wayne State's in Michigan. He's from Trenton, Michigan.
Where's that?
Well, I don't know where it is, but I know it's produced a couple good pitchers. This kid and J.J. Putz. There goes the runner, and the throw by Hundley is not going to get Ty Wigginton. So Ty Wigginton with that big leg kick takes advantage. Kind of surprised the Padres. You don't expect him to go.
4 stolen base for Wigginton on the year, but you're right. Took advantage of that really high leg kick, long turn by Bass on the mound. Got a good jump there, and then just flies. The throw a little short. Bartlett, nice job keeping that ball out in front of him, not letting it scoot into the outfield.
You know, Wigginton's going to appreciate that description, George. He said he flies.
He flew down there, man. See dust flying off his shoes.
Fouled off, 2-2.
And I like the move by Jim Tracy. Try to get him in scoring position, so now the base hit gives him a chance to score and tie this ball game.
Jim likes to be aggressive when the opportunity presents itself. Especially seeing his club struggle right now offensively in their first time and a half through against Anthony Bass. 2-2 on Blackman. And this may drop. It will. And here comes Wigginton to tie up the game. Charlie Blackman with a soft single to center, getting the job done. It's 1-1.
2 hits in a row for Charlie now, and that's his 2nd RBI in his major league career. Now you make a pitch you think you can produce an out with, and then Charlie just beat it. That's exactly what happened on this pitch. 4-seam fastball that tailed back to the middle. Charlie gets it below the label, breaks the bat, but flares it out over the reach of Bartlett at shortstop. And I thought Maben, man, he got a nice break on the baseball. I thought he might have had a chance to make a play on it. He doesn't. And the Rockies tie it up 1-1.
Blackman back in. And George, it's one of the times that you really benefited from the fact that there were 2 outs. Because if there's 1 out, Wigginton's got to stay close enough to see if Maben can make that catch, and probably only moves up 90 feet.
Well, it worked out well for Jim Tracy with 2 outs and the high leg kick.
There goes Blackman, excuse me. And the throw is not going to get Charlie Blackman. That's his 3rd stolen base.
Well, he's got speed. Some people don't know how good a speed he has, but he has speed. And that's what Jim Tracy with 2 outs. Why not? Pitchers in the on-deck circle. Chris Iannetta at the plate. Try to get another runner into scoring position and take advantage of the high leg kick. This year, Hundley had thrown out 22%. It's worse than that now. 7 for 26.
I think a lot of this, George, has to do with that leg kick.
Well, sure it does. And again, Blackman had 12 of 17 stolen bases at the AAA level. He's 3 for 3 here at the big league level.
He'll go ahead and put Iannetta on.
A smart baseball play because Cook's coming up. And he's a good hitting pitcher, but it's not Chris Iannetta. In a way, you know, as a manager, you're flipping a coin here. I got a runner on second. Can he get Iannetta for me? If you have any doubt in your mind, you put him on. But what you do then is you put your rookie pitcher back facing the top of the Rockies lineup in the 5th inning now. Because you're going to not face Iannetta, you're facing Cook for the 3rd out of the inning.
But I like what Bud Black did, because a lot of managers will say, okay, hey, be careful with this 8-hole guy. All right, don't give him anything to hit. And if you walk him, no big deal. Instead of saying, listen, we're going to have the catcher stand up. This guy's making his major league debut. I don't want to see him make a mistake and have a position player hurt me.
But the only other thing that comes when you intentionally walk people with a rookie, sometimes they have a difficult regrouping to throw strikes. So if Aaron Cook's smart here, if it's not a gut shot, take it.
He took it. It's ball 1.
Throw pressure back on him to throw strikes, because obviously Tracy'd love to see the bases get loaded with Gonzalez.
He wouldn't like that, though.
No, he's not going to like it at all, I guarantee you.
1-0. And Cook looked like he was taken all the way, 1-1.
I'm sure Jim Tracy probably sent him up and says, hey, take till you get a strike, unless it's something you can really turn on. Let's see if we can get this kid a little bit nervous on the mound.
That's there 1-2.
Yeah, hanging slider, but it was in the middle of the plate at 85. That's a cutter. It's a little bit harder. It has less break, but it stayed up in the upper half of the plate in the fourth strike zone. I got a strike call.
Ground ball to third. Headley will go the short way and gets Ionetta at second base. In the inning, the Rockies rally for a run with 2 outs. Blackman delivers Wigginton. It's 1 apiece. Game show, 1:10 baseball game. Thursday's an off day, then the Detroit Tigers in town. And then it's off to a place, George, we haven't been in a few years, Cleveland.
Well, that ball club scuffle a little bit right now. I mean, they took off. Everybody thought they were going to run away with the American League Central. And they have been scuffling. They're leading the Yankees right now in the ninth, 1-0 in New York.
They've lost 9 of 10, 4 in a row. And they're in a dead heat atop the Central with Detroit. So the Rockies are getting, at least right now, in interleague play phrase, the 2 best teams in the AL Central. They'll see the White Sox, who are third a little bit later on in the season. The Royals also, and of course you got to play the Yankees.
Right. I mean, you're making 3 stops in a row: Detroit, Cleveland, New York. That's not a day at the beach, I can tell you that. The Yankees have lost a lot of pitchers. Jabba Chamberlain, the latest to go, and Cologne went right after him, I should say, with the growing injury. So that really has depleted their pitching staff. They're searching everywhere right now.
Yeah, Jabba, like Jorge De La Rosa, is going to have Tommy John surgery. We saw Jorge's been in the clubhouse every day this week. He was showing off his range of motion already. George, you're used to this when Parker went through it a year and a half ago. And he's amazed at he almost has full range of motion already in that left elbow, and he had a smile on his face. It was great to see. He's got a long road back, but he's ready to attack it.
Yeah, he and Scotty Mariyama, I give a lot of credit to Scotty. He's in the dugout, the Rockies dugout. Scotty's in charge of minor league and big league rehabilitation, and he did an absolutely wonderful job with my son Parker, and has with numerous people. Jeff Francis in his shoulder. Scotty is just outstanding. There's Scotty standing in the background, just got back. He's so happy that extended spring is over and the injured crew's been sent to Casper and Tri-Cities and other destinations, instead of having 60 guys every day walking in a training room with aches and pains. Get them out on the field playing. Scotty, just outstanding job for Keith Duggan, Scotty Garrett, and the medical staff here. That Scotty just, I give a lot of thanks to him for getting my son back on the field, and all the other Rockies that have been injured, not just arms and knees. It's just everything that happens. Keith really entrusted him with an awful lot. Keith Duggar, the head trainer.
Good pitch, 3-2. Maben's popped up. Wigginton has it. Well, I think one of the keys to having a great organization, and if you're going to win it all, you have to be good top to bottom, and that includes the training staff you have. The Rockies have an outstanding one. With one out, Alberto Gonzalez coming up. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. Aaron Cook's 14 wins against the Padres are the most among active pitchers. Who's the all-time leader? Wow, Seaver beat up the Padres, didn't he? He won 311 games. Tulowitzki throws out Gonzalez. All right, here's the all-time wins leaders against the Padres. Seaver, well, a couple of Hall of Famers, a future Hall of Famer, and then another Hall of Fame.
1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 5 Hall of Famers.
Guess they beat a lot of people, didn't they?
Joe Niekro, the one not in the Hall of Fame. Maddox will be there. 356 wins, I think.
Maddox will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Anthony Bass with his second major league at bat. 0-2. So I mentioned earlier, George, that he's from Michigan, Anthony Bass. And when he was at Trenton High School, he struck out 19 hitters in a game, which broke J.J. Putz's single game record. And now he strikes out at home. That's 10 in a row retired by Aaron Cook. To hit against Anthony Bass. Rockies fans, and we assume all of you watching are Rockies fans, we want you to check out the new Root Sports website. RockyMountain.rootsports.com is your home for the latest Rockies stories, scores, and a whole lot of other things. You can also sign up for our e-blast to keep you connected to your favorite team all season long by just clicking on the envelope icon on our homepage, RockyMountain.rootsports.com.
Big inning for the young kid, Anthony Bass, because top of the Rockies lineup, third time through the seam, second time they were able to get a run off of him at the bottom of the order, but now it's the top. Cargo has hit a little tapper out in front, but he drove it deep to right field on a slider in his last at bat.
That's ball one on Carlos Gonzalez. Cargo just missed hitting a ball out of the ballpark his last time up for right center field. And that misses 2-0. How hot is Gonzalez? Well, he, Helton, and Tulowitzki. Since the lineup change a little more than a week ago, actually right at 1 week ago, Cargo's hit 452, Helton 478, Tulowitzki 400. And this ball to the gap And Maben is going to cut it off and hold him to a single. So Gonzalez keeps that hitting streak going.
I think it was a bad read. I just don't think he saw the ball off the bat. I think that's the one thing. Because after seeing him make that play in left center field, you see it on Ultramo fastball, going to belt high again, and Gonzalez hits this ball a little bit down on the label of the bat. He didn't get in the sweet spot, and he drives it. But then when he gets into right center field, the big swing can fool you. See how Maben went back and then back into the baseball. And probably a little frustrated he didn't see that better, but the swing fooled him.
Well, now he's got to be concerned with Gonzalez running. Rockies have already swiped a couple of bases on the kid.
Would be surprised to see a pitch out by Bud Black to mix it up. A couple of throws to first, then a pitch out.
Fargo with that base hit has a 7-game hitting streak. So what Nick Hundley just did, get a little bit of dirt on the hands. You know, sometimes, George, is, you know better than anybody, as a pitcher, you get that moisture on your hands. A little catcher sometimes, Wilson. He wanted to make sure that the hand, that he was going to be able to grip the baseball if he had to fire it.
Well, a lot of catchers, obviously, they got the gear on, so it's like wearing a football suit anyway. So they're sweating an awful lot. That's why they grab that dirt a little bit. Try to throw it down. You see them lick the fingers. They got all kinds of little things they do.
(0-1), and it's fouled back, so it's 0-2 on Nelson. Chris is 7 for his last 16 at the plate. A couple days ago, he had a career best 3 hits in a game against the Dodgers. And it's pulled through the hole, a base hit. So Chris Nelson just trying to protect with 2 strikes. Slaps his second hit of the ball game, and they're 2 on for Helton with nobody out in the 5th.
Yeah, too good a pitch too. I tell you, Bass will tell you that. And that's where you get to this big league level. And you're facing guys like Chris Nelson. You throw a slider that's a frisbee. That ball hung up. It wasn't that good a pitch for him. Too much of the plate. And Nelson got out on the front side. The long swing produced some bat speed and shot it by Bartlett at shortstop. Yeah, a really interesting defensive alignment in the outfield for the Padres. With Todd Helton at the plate, Ludwig, look how close he is to that left field line, and then that gap in left center and right center opens up because of the positioning of Ryan Ludwig in left field, because Helton slices the ball that way. So as a hitter, when you walk to the plate, you check your outfield, and you see everybody playing away or shading left there and really shading in left field. So all right, they're going to pitch me away and try to pull away from my power, which is that inner half of the plate. No action in the Padre bullpen at this time in a 1-1 ball game, but a couple of hits given up by the youngster. His pitch count very low at 68.
Oh, the strike by Brian Gorman. It's 1-1. Todd's hitting .500 this year against the Padres. He's got 3 home runs against the Padres as well this year. Two and 1. And Todd was talking about how good it felt to hit the ball as far as he did yesterday, that home run in the 9th inning. He said the other home run that really felt good was the one he hit at Petco down the line. He said because it was a changeup and he was able to keep his hands back and still drive it that far when he had gotten out on the front side a little bit. This ball is in the air to right center field. Maben got a bad read on it. Now he makes the catch. Gonzalez will try to run on his arm. And it's cut off and it gets away. So Nelson's going to move up.
Bad play by Bartlett at shortstop. Jason Bartlett, I don't know if he was thinking about trying to deke the baseball and let it go on through. In other words, fake as if he was going to catch it to hold Nelson. But by hitting that fly ball into right and the screw up by Bartlett,
You put 2 runners in scoring position, you eliminate the double play ball. And that's exactly what it is. They're lined up. Gonzalez is going to second. He goes over. I don't think he was trying to catch it. I think he was going to let it fly away, but it's a good break for the Rockies here, I tell you that.
Tulowitzki with 2 in scoring position and 1 out. It's an error on Bartlett, allowing Nelson to move up.
His 11th error of the season. The left side of their infield has 18 combined. Headley with 7, Bartlett with 11. Looking for an out with Tulowitzki up. You figure as a manager he's going to hit the ball hard, and I mean hard, so why bring your infield in?
A comebacker, and Bass still's going to come home with it. Gonzalez didn't even slide. He's out. That's the one place that Tulowitzki did not want to hit the baseball.
Well, you know, he's hitting it right back up the middle, and he hit the ball fairly hard. That's a one-hopper right back at Bass. He just happened to knock it down, recover, and get to the baseball, and finally braced himself for a collision, and Gonzo just stood up and took the tag.
Now it'll take a 2-out hit. Rockies at second and third, 1 out. Seth Smith at the plate. Conley keeps it around the plate. Nelson can't move up.
2 outs with Smith at the plate and runners in scoring position. He's hit .278. Oh, wait a minute. It's not past the 7th inning. That's when he hits like 5,000.
You run Tulowitzki here?
Well, I mean, he does put him into scoring position. I think it creates something, but you better make sure he can get there. Notice how he shortened his late kick up. It's kind of like a semi-slide step, but he's still picking it up, but the turn's not as big. Bass has shortened things up from what he was doing in the first couple of innings. For me, I just think it's risky for me, and I'd just go ahead and let Seth use the right side, keep the hole open. Them holding him at first base and increase his opportunity for a base hit. You got a very good hitter at the plate, a guy that has swung the bat well. My whole deal is if he gets thrown out at second, you just crush the inning. You take the bat right out of Smitty's hand. He had 306 in April, 303 in May. So far in June, 351. Big numbers.
And he's hitting .345 at home. He and Gonzalez 4th and 5th in the league in home batting average. It's 3-1 with Wigginton on deck. There goes Tulowitzki, swung and missed. Tulowitzki gets a stolen base. That's his 5th stolen base. So a base hit here, in all likelihood, scores 2. Here's the 3-2. Outside, ball 4, and they're loaded up for Ty Wigginton. Unfortunately, this year for the Rockies, this hasn't been their strong suit, hitting with the bases loaded.
And that will produce a visit from Darren Balsley, their pitching coach.
Windshield damage, call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelight.com. The Rockies this year hitting .231 with the bases loaded. Their average was beneath 200 until very recently. So Wigginton with the bases jammed. Pop up and a walk. Nelson singled. He's at third. Tulowitzki reached on a fielder's choice, and Smith just walked. One grand slam on Wigginton's resume. Strike one.
Threw him a hard slider before in his first at bat, and he popped it up to shortstop. Walked in the fourth, but that was a high fastball in on the hands. So it's not a pitch that'd be easy to drive.
Ground ball toward the hole. Gonzalez gets there, and he's going to throw out Wigginton. That's a nice play by Alberto Gonzalez. And Anthony Bass will leave 3 on in the 5th inning. Nobody scored. It's 1-1 as we go to the 6th. Larry Walker getting hit by a pitch is like getting a base hit. When I get down at first, it's pitcher's loss. Nobody wants to go in and get dirty. Drop a bunt if you have to. Draw some blood if you have to. Whatever it takes to get a win, you should be out there trying to do it.
Colorado's left 8 on base. San Diego just 2 so far in this ball game.
Chris Denorfia barely got a piece of it. Cook's got to get over there. Denorfia runs well. Nice feed from Todd Helton. 3-1 on the put out at first. That's 11 in a row now, retired by Cook.
Yeah, you talk about great pitch count. How about this? 63 for Cook right now.
All right, what's the best way to rate a relief pitcher at Toyota Talk inning? Wins and losses, that's what matters at the end of the day. That's Richard in Fowler, Colorado. ERA makes the most sense. See, Nikki, the reason I don't like that, she's up at Steamboat. Boy, I love that
inherited runners left. That's my number one. I love that.
Yeah, you like that one, and I defer to you. I mean, you pitched out there, but
well,
ERA, George, I mean, you have a bad outing, and it can take you a month and a half to recover
from
that.
Yeah, go up and down really bad. But the one reason I like inherited runners, and the game's changed a lot, but inherited runners now, a lot of times relievers start an inning. Very rarely they come in. More the specialists, left-handed specialists, the ones that fight through that.
I'll tell you another one that I always look at, George, and that is batting average against. Opponent batting average. What are they hitting against any pitchers? It gives you an idea what kind of stuff somebody has.
Absolutely. I like the middle innings, scoreless innings eaten up. I agree with you on that one 100%. Keep your team in it to where they have that opportunity to come back and win a ball game late.
Another person likes, as you do, inherited runners. It's DJ and Littleton. That's high.
Yeah, most guys down in the bullpen, I noticed the high pressure average situation. It's pressure coming out of there no matter what. I like the holes also. The only thing I don't like about holes, to me, the holes should be in the 8th inning, 7th inning. I think too many guys get labeled a blown save in the 7th. No, the save is blown in the 9th for me. It's a 9th inning blown save. Otherwise, it's a blown hold in the 7th inning. Doug and I have had this discussion. We've called them. I think they're going to change it. Doug, you're getting a lot of publicity on the show tonight. I feel bad for you because you got that little thing you're handing us notes with. You got the back brace on. You need to shave. See, folks, I mean, look at Doug. Look at him right here. Give me the thing. Give me that. Drew, you like this? Huey didn't bother you the whole weekend because he's a mature, older guy in his early 50s. I'm 50-something, but I'm real immature. I like to have a lot of fun with my grandkids.
How about, you know what? That's the thing with Doug. Bless his heart. You know, his back's not good.
He's on
the mend, but all of a sudden, he's coming up with contraptions. He's coming up with contraptions he borrowed from his great-grandfather.
Do you know what you use this for? Hey, you know
you did get that from Grandpa, didn't you?
You know what you use this for? What do you use this for normally? Huh? Pick trash up.
1-0 is the count. We haven't lost track of the
Your
baseball
girlfriend's
game,
getting
folks.
real
Chase
tired
Headley
of this thing. I can tell you
at
right
the
now.
Plate. Jason Bartlett just drew a 3-2 walk. That ended a string of 10 in a row. Retired by Aaron Cook.
Yeah, Cookie's been good. Boy, I tell you, he said that hard sinker working down. And with Cook and like most sinker ballers, I don't worry about velocity. I worry about movement. Because an average fastball is 88, 91, 92 miles an hour. That's rated an average fastball velocity-wise. But then you have to figure movement into it. And once you get movement into it, now it can become an average fastball with plus movement. So you get plus results. Sprinkling, Drew.
Doug will be happy. You can spend the next 2 hours on the Weather Channel.
You're the one that's saying it wasn't going to rain.
2-0.
You worked as a weather person.
Never.
Yeah, you did. You told me you did in Vail. You first
in
started.
Aspen.
You worked as a weather person.
I think I did the weather one time. Got it right.
That's more than anybody else in the room.
Yeah, well, get it
What'd
right.
You do? Say it's going to snow and it's going to be white? Thanks, folks, for watching.
It's big up there. Here in Aspen and it snows. That's a good thing. Here's the 2-0. This ball is driven to left center field and it's going to touch down and carries over the wall.
Boy, that helped.
That did help because Bartlett was halfway home. We'll see if that ultimately saves Aaron Cook. Rockies catch a break on the ground rule double.
Yeah, they sure did. That ball's hit into left center field. Look at the pitch, though. A little bit elevated on it to Chase Headley, hitting 264 coming into the ball game. He really got a nice load to the backside, the swing, the follow through, and the result good out of the reach of Gonzalez. Luckily, it bounced into those stands because otherwise you've got a runner on third more than likely and a run in.
Ryan Ludwig, a sac fly to right. He's driven in the only run and also a deep fly to right. Ground ball to short. It'll get the run home. Tulowitzki, long throw, and going to third on that long throw safely is Headley. 2 outs. Ludwig has driven in both runs. You call those productive outs. A sac fly to right with the infield back. George, he's just trying to get it in play.
He just took advantage of what the Rockies gave him with, as you mentioned, infield back. And then when you do that, if you're a hitter that can make contact, you're going to have some results that you're going to like if you're Bud Black.
Now Anthony Rizzo, 3-6-3 double play and a ground ball to third. Teams have been trying to bust him in. That's kind of a normal MO, George, with a young hitter coming up. Pitchers will try to test that inside part of the plate.
Particularly on big guys that have long swings. You sure likes hearing that little bit of wood running on it versus the other until they prove they can get out in front of it and do something with it. You know, that time he almost looked like he was looking in, but he was so quick to the baseball. Now, I want to slow this down. Right, just hold on. Let's back at it. Now, what I'm trying to get to is this back load that he has. See how he's straight up and down, and this leg kind of curls back and helps him load before he goes forward with his swing. And there's a lot of power being thrust with that lower half of his body coming with the swing.
2 balls and a strike on Rizzo. Rizzo's a great story. He played only 21 games in 2008, which was going to be his first full season. He had 373 at Greenville in the South Atlantic League, and then he was diagnosed with limited stage classical Hodgkin's lymphoma. He missed the rest of the year, but he is now cancer free. He returned the next year to hit 298. He's outside. A lot of thunder.
Sure, that's not the
now.
beer cakes going down the hallway.
No, that's the real thing. Three and 2 on Rizzo, with Headley at third, 2 outs.
Good job of fighting off a tough pitch by the youngster. Cook reached back to get a little bit more at 89 miles an hour and trying to increase the sink on the baseball. He hit the other pitch, his previous at bat, right off the end of the bat to Ty Wigington.
Ball 4, he loses Rizzo. And now bring up Nick Hundley. And now Brian Gorman's going to pull everybody off the field, and it's a lightning delay right now.
Well, you know what? It's safety for the team, man, and the players. Brian Gorman, veteran umpire behind home plate. You know what? We're not going to mess with it. I got players out here, and they got the little beanies on top, little metal thing on top. Dude, done.
But George, depending on how long this delay is, I mean, if it's quick, there's a chance you see Aaron Cook again. But now you're talking about 80 pitches into the ball game. There's a strong likelihood when this resumes that the Rockies are forced to go to the bullpen maybe before they had planned on.
Well, and Aaron Cook can't be stubborn here. I mean, 5 2/3 innings. He's got to tell Jimmy, you know, he's got to let him know this ain't good. And I'm not feeling, the rain's starting to come. That's why, you know, Mark Razum is in contact with the weather service here in Denver, and they obviously alerted him along with this lightning. There was weather coming in here, and it sure is coming. And this way you can save your field. They'll get this tarp pulled out onto the field as soon as they possibly can, and then get it covered up.
Now, I'll tell you one other thing they're doing here, George, for safety reasons. They're going to clear the upper deck because there's no coverage naturally up there, with the concern of lightning being so close in the area. Here's what we're going to do. It's 2-1 San Diego. They scratched out a run here at the top of the 6th inning. We're going to take you to Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy. And naturally, as always, during a delay, we will keep you updated as to when the game will resume.
To play baseball again after an official rain delay of 1 hour and 22 minutes. And to recap, well, Johnny Herrera, before we recap, is in the ballgame now at third. Ty Wigginton's been taken out. Obviously, Aaron Cook could not continue. It'll be the same situation for Anthony Bass. So Matt Belisle is in the ballgame now in the double switch. The pitcher spot is Wigginton's spot in the lineup, the 6-hole, and Johnny next inning will hit in the 9 spot. 2 runners on with 2 outs. Headley at third, Rizzo at first, Nick Hundley at the plate, and it's a fresh count. And he swings at the first pitch. George, look out. That just skipped into
maybe over in Mr. O'Dowd's office.
Well,
over there.
I think it's one short. It's in the McGregor family suite right next door. 1 strike count on Hundley. 2-1 San Diego. They've taken the lead here in the 6th inning. And that's fouled off. Cook went 5 2/3, obviously responsible for the 2 runners on, gave up 5 hits, walked a couple, struck out a couple, really got into a good groove after a tough first inning. At one point he retired 10 in a row.
Yeah, outstanding job by Aaron. I mean, you're in a 2-1 ball game at Coors Field, and he walked out here and hope it stays here. With Belisle with runners at first and third and a 1-2 count.
It's a good look at Aaron sitting next to Jason Giambi, and that's the line right now. Hundley again fouls it off. So the Rockies looking to get a little bit of length out of Matt Belisle tonight. Next off day is Thursday. The bullpen got too much work over the weekend. This is one of those typical Padre games. They seem to play, George, whether they're at home or on the road.
Well, and they play well on the road, better than they do at home.
Swung on and missed. Big strikeout there as Belisle throws a 94-mile-an-hour fastball past Hundley and keeps it at 2-1. Look back. Let's get you updated after a lengthy rain delay. In the first inning, Aaron Cook got in a little trouble. Bases loaded, nobody out. Ryan Ludwig would get a sac fly. 1-0 San Diego. Double play got Cook out of that jam. The Rockies would get back when Charlie Blackman dropped a single with 2 outs. And Wigginton, who had singled and stolen second, comes around to tie up the game at 1. And then in the 6th inning, before the rain, there's a ground out by Ludwig with runners at second and third that brought home a run. And then Brian Gorman, the crew chief, said, you know what, there's a lot of lightning in the area. And he got him off the field just in time because literally right after the tarp got into place, it started pouring. So it's a 2-1 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. George, Charlie Blackmon, Chris Iannetta, Johnny Herrera.
Well, they set it up with Lupke coming into the ball game. The left-hander's going to go right at Charlie. And he's handled right-handers fairly well on the year. So that's the other side of it, as their bullpen has been worked a little bit over the last week or so also. But it is a good one. Yeah, smart play by Charlie. Get everybody laying back. Utilize that speed. Try to push something up the third base line. Against a very difficult left-handed pitcher.
And Lupke facing Blackmon, who has 2 of the Rockies' 5 hits tonight.
Left-handers 182, right-handers 221.
Again, the only lefty in that San Diego bullpen. And that's a line drive that's going to die in the glove of Jason Bartlett. 1 out. Chris Iannetta coming up, and let's see what Alana Rizzo was up during the rain delay.
Not much. I was actually looking up the amount of Rizzos that have been in the major leagues, guys. Obviously, Anthony Rizzo here with the San Diego Padres. He got his major league call up on the day after we left San Diego on Thursday, June 9th. So I had to look and see how many Rizzos, my people, have actually played in the major leagues. Well, Anthony Rizzo, first of all, 5 games so far, a .250 average. But then there was Todd Rizzo, a left-handed pitcher who played in 12 games for the White Sox, ended up with a 12.38 ERA. That's probably why he only played 12 games, guys. Johnny Rizzo, the most service time in the major leagues. The outfielder played for Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, and the Brooklyn Dodgers from 1938 to 1942. And, of course, Mike Rizzo, currently the general manager of the Washington Nationals since October of 2010. I've been with the Rockies since September 19, 2007, so I have more major league service time than 2 of the Rizzo players.
I'm really surprised by one thing. I thought there'd be more Rizzos in the history of baseball than that.
3 players, 1 general manager, and a lowly sideline reporter.
Wow, I'm surprised. 3-1 on Chris Iannetta with Johnny Herrera on deck. Mike Rizzo, good man, doing a good job with the Nationals. Here's the 3-1.
Well, did a really good job for Arizona. And he worked for them in the scouting and also in the assistant general manager's job there when he worked with Joe Garagiola. His dad is a very good scout who now works for him in Washington.
Olana, did you know this? 16 Rizzos played minor league baseball, never got to the big leagues.
We try very hard, but we just can't make it to the big time. It's a very difficult game at this level.
It's tough to get here. Tougher to stay.
Nobody. I'm not related to any of them, though, unfortunately. And no, I'm not related to Anthony. I've been asked that question. So, although my father, grandfather, and brother's name is Anthony Rizzo.
There you go. Ball 4. Chris Iannetta to first. And with 1 out, Johnny Herrera will come up. Johnny trying to extract himself from a 1-for-21 slump.
Don't forget about the tickets on fireworks night. It's coming up. That's right. July 1st. Lockheed Martin sponsoring it. So get your tickets. They're going quickly.
George, there's something about the Padres and the Rockies, and you and I, and they play long baseball games because you got the pizza early tonight. Instead, you didn't wait till the 17th inning.
That's right. I went early. I went to go get a little pizza at the break and gave the guy a $100 bill. I got no change back, and I got 4 pieces of pizza. I'm trying to figure something out, and he was gone about an hour. I think he went to the Mountain Ranch Club, had steak and baked potato, and brought me pizza.
That's not the first time that's happened to you.
Since everybody put in to buy, except for...
I was gone.
You were downstairs having, what's that stuff you drink?
Oh, the French vanilla coffee.
Yeah, whatever.
My man Pete got me, French vanilla coffee, keep me going. Here's the 0-1, and Johnny loops this one down the line, and look out. Yeah, that's the best way to handle that. Chris Denorfia bails out. I always think of Brad Hobb. Remember, that really derailed his season last year when he ran into the side of the wall. What ballpark was that, George?
Got him right in the ribs. I don't know why I want to say Cincinnati or Pittsburgh, but it seems like it was somewhere. And a lot of the parks now have such low walls that it catches guys about thigh high. And, you know, you have a lot of injuries with that.
1-2. Here's Brad. Ground ball up the middle is going to turn into a double play.
6-4-3 on the turn. That's all for the Rockies in the 6th inning. We go to the 7th. It's 2-1 San Diego. Cameron Maben laying out a beautiful catch by Maben earlier in the ball game. That's brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. That robs Seth Smith of probably a double. And Cameron Maben will lead things off against Matt Belisle at the top of the 7th inning. Maben's 1 for 2. He's singled back in the 2nd inning. Cameron, a North Carolina native. Followed Mike Cameron growing up. Similar body build. Guys who cover a lot of ground. Cameron's still going strong. Not playing as much center field anymore. Boston's got a guy with a little younger legs out there at center field.
I'm going to watch and see what happens here. They've only faced each other twice. He hit the ball hard right at Johnny Herrera, but he was 1 for 1 against Belisle. That was a home run. So glad to see that first out of the way.
Nice play by Johnny. Let's take a look at our CenturyLink high-speed pitch. Aaron Cook topped out at 90. And the kid Anthony Bass in his major league debut, who's on the plus side right now. He worked 5 innings, touched 97. What'd you think of him, George?
Well, he threw strikes. I mean, he got after it. 5 innings. He probably would have been back out for the 6th inning. Here's a scribbler over to help him first. 7 out of the inning. Gonzalez. 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. And what is there not to like? I mean, the kid came up and battled a little nerves, I'm sure, early in the ball game, but settled in and had swung the bat a couple of times. Right now, he's on the plus side of things. 2-1 ball game.
So a rare at bat now for Corey Lupke.
Not surprising. He's the only left-hander in their bullpen. You got Gonzalez leading off the next inning.
And you have Helton in the 3-hole. 2-strike count. Anthony Bass, by the way, 5 innings, allowed just 1 run, 5 hits. Walk 4, 1 intentional, and 1 strikeout. Lupke quickly got. The Rockies will have the top of their order. Stretch time at Coors Field, 2-1 Padres.
Go inside the war room and watch as the Rockies made their first round draft pick on Rockies All Access. Hear from current Rockies players about their own draft day experiences, including Todd Helton. It's only on Rockies All Access. That's Thursday night at 6:30. And that's Billy Schmidt, who's the vice president of scouting for the Rockies.
Yeah, done a nice job as always in the draft. It's a very difficult time of year. Are we picking the right guy or the wrong guy? What are we doing? And you just work at it and go. That's all he can do. A lot of sleepless nights, a lot of nights on airplanes and different hotels trying to get the right mix for this ball club.
So Card goes 1 for 3. He had a comebacker, a deep shot to right center field against Anthony Bass, and singled against him. So now he'll face Lupke here, leading off the bottom of the 7th, and he gets underneath a slider.
Well, he swung too early. I was getting ready to say that to the fans, he's 3 for 9 against him, so he swung the bat pretty good. This one, a high fly ball to center field, just missed for an out.
Yeah, you know what? He's locked in, though. I know he missed that one, but George, he was on it.
Well, he's swinging the bat well, obviously, and it's just hope it continues. He's going to have another lull. You always do. I mean, it's going to drop off, but he's raised his average nearly 40 points just on a 4-game homestand, so things got pretty good pretty quick.
Chris Nelson has a couple of hits tonight.
Yeah, his average jumped up now. I mean, you know, that's the thing about Nelson. He's at 333 now. Started the ball game at 306.
That cuts over the inside corner for strike 1-1.
1 for 2 against Lupke in his short career in the big league.
Good fastball again at 93. Good job by Chris Nelson keeping that at bat alive. Helton's on deck. Nelson has started 8 of the last 10 at second base. And Jim Tracy has liked what he has seen from number 10. Not a lot not to like. Brings good energy.
Got a smile on his face. Likes wearing the uniform. That rubs off on the veterans as well as young players and the fans. They understand how he wants to play the game, and that's exactly what he does with it.
Learned the game from his dad. His dad was a good college player. Not this time. Lupke strikes him out at 95.
Hey, pick up a ballot somewhere, will you? Vote for your favorite Rocky. That's right. The All-Star Game in Phoenix. Vote today at ColoradoRockies.com and pick them out. So get busy. If you're at the park, fill out a ballot or jump on the computer and vote for your favorite Rocky right there.
Yeah, you know what? I'd love to see Todd there again. Oh for 2 and a walk for Helton. He nearly hit one out to deep right center field in the 3rd inning. Similar spot to where he went deep yesterday. Oh and 2.
2 for 4, Todd Helton. I mean, you're looking at all these numbers against Lupke. I mean, when did they get all these hits against these guys? 2 little whiskeys, 2 home runs against him. 2 for 7. Both hits have left the yard. He's throwing the ball tonight pretty good. 93 to 95. He's topped out at. He's had a nasty slider to go along with it.
Wow. Lupke with 2 very quick innings. We'll go to the 8th, 2-1. Padre game. They're up 2-1. There was an hour and 23-minute rain delay in the top of the 6th inning. Rafael Betancourt takes over in the 8th inning after. Oh, so you know what? Let me correct that. It's Matt Belisle.
I thought maybe you saw something I didn't.
Well, you know what? I got bad information. And I didn't
Who gave you that information? I'm not going
to reveal the source. I was told that he was in the. No, I'm not going to reveal the source. I was told Betancourt's in the game, and I never looked up to check, and that's clearly not Rafael. That's Matt Belisle, who's got an inning and a third so far. This ball's well hit right center field, and Smith's going to field it off the wall. And it's going to be a leadoff double for Denorfia.
Well, hard hit ball into right center field. Fastball. You can see it tail back a little bit to the middle, and then just an upper body swing. But the ball really does seem to carry here in this ballpark tonight after this rain delay. I thought the rain might make it a little heavier air, but that carried right to the base. Smith barehanded that thing, fired a good shot right into second.
Now the Rockies are going to have to dig in to try to keep this a one-run game. And here's the bunt. It's a great one. So what, Iannetta just did get Jason Bartlett. And now Headley, and you're going to have to bring the infield in. And one of the differences with Matt Belisle versus Aaron Cook, Cook gave up the go-ahead run in the 6th inning, runners at second and third, Ludwig at the plate. Aaron doesn't strike people out, and they're going to put on Headley and see if they can turn a double play with Ludwig coming up behind him. Ludwig, a right-handed hitter.
Yeah, Belisle pitched very well. Came in and struck out Nick Hundley, and then he worked through the next inning relatively easy. And this leadoff double, the sacrifice, intentional walk, set up the double play.
Ludwig, who's one of the hottest hitters in baseball coming up. Mentioned over the last month, he's at 364. He's driven in both runs tonight. That 364 average is second best in baseball. Ludwig has grounded into 4 double plays this year. One out, runners on the corners.
A very disciplined hitter that's hit a lot of home runs. What he's going to try to do is lift the baseball, keep it off the ground. Matt Belisle's got to get something moving downward where he's going to grab the top half of it, not the bottom. Boy, he really tried to elevate that. So far, San Diego 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position. The Rockies have had 7 chances and successful 1 time.
Oh, 1 swung on and missed.
Let's see what he does with this. I mean, it's a very nice pitch and a great location. An 0-2 count. Try to stay out of the plate as much as you can. The Padres this year have only hit .224 with runners in scoring position. That's 28th in the National League and the American League.
0-2. Ground ball to short. Can they turn 2? Bobbled by Tulowitzki, and on the first, they still turn it. Nice job around the bag by Chris Nelson. And the Rockies get out of it. The manager approves. without any damage. It remains 2-1. To try to move ahead of the Padres. Troy Tulowitzki will lead it off. Let's look at this turn by Nelson.
It doesn't get turned, but Nelson has a shortstop's arm. So where he lacks with footwork, I mean, he fired this thing. It's a great feed from Tulowitzki, so he can get to the back side of that bag to get away from that runner from taking him out. And then just use his arm strength in the stretch by Todd Helton. It's a great combination. Tell you, Jim Tracy happy. You walk a guy, you set up a position to have success, and they do it.
Here's Troy, 0 for 3 on the night against one of the top setup men in the game, Mike Adams. He got fooled there, but it was inside. Adams from Corpus Christi, Texas. 32-year-old. Last year in 66 2/3 innings, he gave up just 48 hits.
He's 8th in the National League right now. Excuse me, the National League, correct, Doug? I can't read your writing. National League, 11 holes. Betancourt leads it with 16.
The league hit just 196 against him last year. In 39 of his 70 outings a year ago, George, nobody got a hit.
That doesn't surprise me. His stuff is nasty. And it's down and it's moving and it's rotating down, so not a lot of home runs given up either by Adams.
Outside 2-1. Well, last year he gave up just 2. The year before he gave up 1. He spent a lot of time back and forth between the minor leagues and the big leagues. Finally hit the big leagues in 04 with Milwaukee.
How about the job by Matt Belisle? 2 1/3, a hit, no runs, a walk, a couple of strikeouts.
Sharply hit by right at Alberto Gonzalez. Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more runs for the Rockies Taco Special, text the keyword taco to 720-720. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. Well, these are games, again, the Padres are so familiar with. These 1- and 2-run games. 9 of the Padres' last 19 have been decided by 1 run. 15 of their last 21 have been decided by 2 or less. 61% of their games this year have been decided by 2 runs or less. And amazingly, they've held their opponent to 2 runs or less this year and lost 9 times.
Well, the one stat you didn't like on the text, the Toyota Talk tonight, Drew, the ERAs among National League relievers. Venters in Atlanta 0-44. That's ridiculous. Bastardo with the Dodgers 108, and then Adams third at 121.
Out of Town Scores brought to you by Verizon 4G LTE. Rule the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world. Tigers win in 10 innings. Pirates within a game again of 500 after a 3-1 victory at home against the Mets. 1-2 on Seth Smith. Cubs win. Samardzija got the win in that ball game. Marmol a save. Cincinnati over the Dodgers in the 7th. Line drive foul.
Smith against Adams. This one-run ball game, obviously looking for something. Base hits. The long ball would be nice. Smith in his career 0 for 1 against Mr. Adams.
Two and two. Seeing that Arizona win, George, the Diamondbacks beat up Ricky Nolasco. He's tough to figure. He could be absolutely almost unhittable, and then he has outings where you're saying, is that the same guy?
Well, whoever pitched for Arizona didn't pitch that well either. They gave up 9.
That's Mike Owens.
Yeah, 12-9. He can swing the bat well.
2-2, loop to left field, right at Chris Denorfia. Denorfia is now on left, Will Venable in right. Ludwig out of the game. 2 gone. And Spilborghs will swing the bat. The thinking with 2 outs is long ball or extra base hit as opposed to what Eric Young would typically do if he reaches, and that's a single. Giambi has a bat, but you're not going to see him unless there's a guy on base.
Well, the only time you might see him next in this lineup, if Spilborghs makes the out, is to see him hit for Johnny Herrera in the 9-hole for a long ball to tie it. There happens to be 2 outs. It's a nasty. It's a cutter slash slider. I mean, it's 88, 89. But when he really gets great extension to the plate, it has that little short 3/4 quick break down and away from the right-handed hitter.
And a ground ball deep in the hole. Bartlett, good throw. Very strong throw from Jason Bartlett. And it's a 1-2-3-8 for Mike Adams. San Diego. We check in with Tom Helmer. Oh, actually, I apologize. We're going to do it tonight. We'll have to get busy for the post-game show. Tom, Jeff, and Tracy will break down tonight's ball game. We'll have interviews. Naturally, we'll get you in the clubhouse. And, of course, we will hear from the manager, Jim Tracy. And hopefully it's about a come-from-behind victory. The Rockies haven't had a walk-off win yet this year. We trailed 2-1 here to San Diego in the first of 3. Now it's Rafael Betancourt after 2 1/3 very good innings from Matt Belisle.
Yeah, it was 27 ball games that he's appeared in. He's been fairly good, folks. I mean, he's had a couple of hiccups here and there, but for the most part, Rafael Betancourt has been very good. He will face the youngster Rizzo, then it will be Hundley, and then Maven, the center fielder. Matt Belisle, 2 1/3 innings, just 1 hit, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts to work his innings, and he did a beautiful job of it. After Aaron Cook went 5 2/3, and the rain, quite honestly, pushed him out of the ball game.
Anthony Rizzo will be the first to step up, 0 for 2. He walked his last time up.
What he's
bounced it off, but Dave Roberts is there. Good hands by the former outfielder. There's Dave. So Dave was like the mayor. Remember Sean Case, who's now working in television at the MLB Network? Sean Case talked to everybody. He was one of the great guys in baseball. Dave Roberts the same way. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. And we're happy to report Dave's healthy, beat cancer. He's one of those guys, George, that toured virtually every city in the NL West.
Yep, sure did. Played for a lot of the ball clubs and did a good job.
0-2. That's away 1 and 2.
You can always find that guys that love the game, 1, 2, have a good relationship with people around baseball. When they retire in this day and age with the money that is made, and he made a lot of money in the game, that he wanted to stay in it and still coach. A lot of guys tell you, I'll go to the beach and hang out, or I'll go play golf, or watch the kids grow up. I'm going to go do those kind of things. And it's commendable that he likes the game, loves the game, and is still in uniform here in San Diego.
Good job by Betancourt. He strikes out Rizzo. Of course, Dave Roberts in his hometown in San Diego. Hey, time for the Land Rover legendary performance. Well, Matt Belisle, we talked about it, 2 1/3 innings of keeping the score at 2-1. He had to come in and inherit a 1st and 3rd situation. And he got out of that, and then he got out of a little bit of an issue in the 8th inning. Very good work by Matt Belisle again tonight. Nick Hundley with 1 out. Now the Rockies, George, will see Heath Bell naturally in the 9th inning. They got runs off Heath Bell in San Diego. Heath Bell gave up 2 runs yesterday. It'll be Blackman, Iannetta, and Herrera scheduled.
Well, closers have a short memory. I mean, that's the reason they are what they are. They've got nerves of a cat burglar. They don't care what happened yesterday. They only worry about today. You know, there's a reason he's leading the National League in saves right now, tied with Houston Street.
Watch it, George.
It's 2 in a row tonight.
You know what? We had one in here
it's
the
like
other day.
It's like a heat-seeking missile. Yeah, and did you and Huey, either one of you catch it?
It was coming at Sam.
Did either one of you catch it? Guess not.
No, we didn't. It was coming at Sam. We wanted Sam to make a play.
Sam says no.
No, Sam didn't catch it. He was trying to focus on the baseball, not smashing his lens. Just missed, down low, 2-1. Only 0 for his last 13 at the plate. He missed almost a month with a strained oblique. That's a strike. 2-2. Well, earlier tonight, the rock pile was filled up. Rain delay of about an hour and 23 chased some folks home to bed, get ready for the workday tomorrow. Still a lot of people have stuck around hoping for a Rockies 9th inning rally.
I mean, what was it, hour and 20 minutes or something? There's still a good crowd hung out.
Yeah. Foul tip held by Iannetta. 2 outs, 2 punch outs to begin the top of the 9th inning by Betancourt. And now Cameron Maben will come up.
Hey, the first 5,000 kids, that's right, kids, June 19th, they receive a Troy Tulowitzki Youth Replica jersey, courtesy of Remax. Hey, get the boys. 5,000 kids jerseys. Troy Tulowitzki. That'll be a pretty neat day at the ballpark. That's all June 19th when the Tigers are in town.
Troy, the third round of voting revealed for the All-Star game. He's 500,000 votes in front of, more than 500,000 in front of Jose Reyes, who's leading the National League in hitting. Troy, an All-Star last year, along with Ubaldo Jimenez, who started the All-Star game. Maben 1 for 3. First day back from coming off the DL. He had a knee injury.
I'll tell you, he's impressed me tonight. I like the way he plays the game.
Former #1 pick of the Detroit Tigers back in 05. 10th selection overall. It's part of that big Marlins Tigers deal that sent Dontrell Willis and Miguel Cabrera in 07 to Detroit. Oh, and 2, a slider from Betancourt. Maben last year hit .234 in 82 ball games for Florida with 8 home runs, 28 driven in. Here's the 0-2. Did he go?
We're not going to find out because they're not going to check.
I thought this was a nice move by the Padres. Now, the Marlins needed help in the bullpen, so Ryan Webb and Edward Mujica were shipped to Florida for Maben. And for Bud Black, he needs athletes, he needs speed guys, defensively and offensively, because of the number of low-scoring games played at Petco. And I think Maben really is a good fit there.
I do too. I think it's a great fit for him. They need speed, man. Speed guys cover ground. Now, I've seen a lot of ground covered by him tonight.
Wow. Betancourt will never show up an umpire. He thought he had strike 3. 4th strike zone suggests Brian Gorman was right. It was off the plate.
And I thought it was off the outside corner. I think Betancourt, not only was it not called because it squared the catcher up, but how did he not swing at it?
Two balls, 2 strikes. Well, that's fouled off. You can tell there's late life on Betancourt's ball, George, when you have that many foul balls as we've seen in this inning.
I like the fact just cutting a little bit at the end.
32,395. Bought tickets and entered the stadium tonight. Hoping for a Rockies rally in the bottom of the ninth. Betancourt's one strike from getting the Rockies there. 2-1 San Diego. In the air, well hit to center field. Going back is Gonzalez, and he can't make the catch. Maben is going to get at least to third. And a stop sign from Glenn Hoffman. A 420-foot triple with 2 outs for Maben.
And it's a pretty good at bat because he fought off a lot of pitches from Betancourt. An awful lot. And now all of a sudden you get this. Look how fast this guy can fly. When this ball hit off of this fence right there, I looked up to see where Maben was. He's already at second. You start thinking, it's great effort by Cargo. And of course, he's no holds barred now. Watch this. He's going to turn this on. Look at the strides get just longer and longer and longer. I'm going to tell you something right now. I think if he'd have ran hard out of the box to first, he might have got an inside the park home run.
Our buddy on the Padres television side, guy pitched in the Rockies organization briefly, former #1 pick, Mark Graham, call him Mud. Mud said he nicknamed him Daddy Longlegs. Said, Cameron, you like it? He goes, I love it. He's like Dexter. I mean, he eats up a lot of turf.
You could see that right there when he went into second, turned that up a notch.
Alberto Gonzalez with 2 outs. Well, this is huge. I mean, Bell's tough enough. You don't want to have to battle to try to get 2. This is a problem over the weekend for the Rockies.
Remember, too, Gonzalez got that 2-out hit over to San Diego on a line drive to right field.
Yep. He's hitting below 200, but he's hurt the Rockies. 0-1 the count. Iannetta sets up shop off the outside corner, and that's there. 0-2. And the Rockies, in particular, Saturday night, George, score 5 to get it to 7-6 in the 8th. And they see a rare poor outing from Matt Lindstrom and 4 more runs for L.A. And the Rockies still put a rally together in the 9th. And if not for a great catch by Tony Gwynn with the bases loaded to rob Charlie Blackmon, who knows? 0-2 on Gonzalez. Back up the middle, knocked down by Betancourt. Can he get Gonzalez? Safe. The run scores, and Rafael may have gotten hurt.
Nah, just frustrated more than anything. I think Drew got hit, and he stayed down on the ground a little longer than he anticipated. And second time, the ball right back up the middle. And Betancourt not able to make a play on this. That's a tough run to give up there. Yeah, another fastball, but it's out over the plate, and he just went right with it. Hit right off of the knee. He's looking for the ball, and then he finds it out front from one knee. The snap throw to Helton, not in time. It's close. If the throw's on line, they've got him. But you can see Helton's foot come off, and then allowed the run in. Great look at it right here. See, Todd's foot came off to receive the baseball.
Tell you what, that is an absolute killer. And that has been the trend lately. The Rockies bullpen in a tough place right now. And I keep coming back to that word. I've repeated it each of the last 3 or 4 days, George. Symmetry. The nights that the Rockies offense has been cooking of late, the pitching hasn't been there. And when the pitching's been there, which it has for most of the year, the hitting wasn't there. And here's a big add-on run for Heath Bell.
Add-on run, but yet still in Coors Field, your home ballpark, where you should play better baseball. You're 15-20 at home. Excuse me, 15-17 at home in this ballpark. And you give up 3 runs in a game as a pitching staff, you should win that game.
Will Venable's first at bat. It's his first at bat since returning from AAA. He was sent out to work on some mechanical issues.
He said he lowered his hands a little bit.
Tell you what, he's got a lot of speed too. Venable on the year, 11 stolen bases, been caught twice. Is his dad still the hitting coach in AAA?
No, his dad's taken the year off. Talked to Will about that earlier. Dad does still break down his swing, looks at video. Sometimes just gives advice. Some of the best things hitting coaches do with hitters is they're not only folks that break down the mechanics of the swing, but they're part-time psychologists.
You know, you listen to the gripes. That's the best part about it. I mean, guys that have played at the major league level and they have kids playing in pro ball or anywhere, and they come talk to them about it. You know, been there, done that. You know, so it makes it a little easier to talk to them, and you let it get it all off the chest and get it cleared. Hitting coach is an idiot. You know, pitching coaches don't know what they're doing, and you go, okay, what are they trying? Well, that's a good idea. Oh, really? You know, you end up getting it figured out along with your son to make them understand a lot of times of what is being put across to you. You just do it in a different terminology that they understand a little better.
Gonzalez takes off, and Venable fouls it off. That's 1-2. You know, you can't have too many swing thoughts. You can't have them in golf, and you certainly can't.
Is that
have
what's
when
wrong
you're
with
trying
your
to hit
when
it.
you're putting? You have too many swing thoughts with your putter.
I don't know what my problem is there. I have a lot of issues there. But anyhow, sometimes just see it and hit it's the best remedy.
Just go play the game. Let it happen. You got here for a reason. You're a good player.
This ball's well hit to right. Smith moves back and makes the catch. In the inning, a 2-out triple by Maben and a single by Gonzalez. It's 3-1 heading to the bottom of the ninth. Trail 3-1, and they're looking to get after one of the game's best closers, Heath Bell. 47 saves a year ago for Bell. The Rockies nicked him the other day. The Washington Nationals got 2 off him in the ninth yesterday, George, to beat him.
Yeah, and the Rockies got after him in the last game, and I bet if he gets down to Tulowitzki, he's not going to get a fastball up out over the zone. Bell was quoted, bad pitch, bad location, should have gone slider or changeup to Tulowitzki. I deserve the loss. Well, now he's going to start it out with the youngster Charlie Blackmon has one at bat against him, and that was over in San Diego. Then Iannetta and Herrera, they're combined 0 for 7.
Well, the Rockies beat them last week 5-3, getting 2 runs off them in the ninth inning. And this replay is brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. It was Troy Tulowitzki with a 2-run double the opposite way against Bell. And again, the Rockies would win that baseball game 5-3 and hand Bell the loss. 2 people will become millionaires in the July 1st bonus millionaire raffle drawing. Buy your tickets today. Fastball slider, that's what you typically get from Heath Bell. At least last week, George,
He threw a lot of early count sliders to the Rockies hitters.
Then he got the fastball up and they hurt him. You see Blackman, good night tonight. A couple of singles and an RBI.
His last save came against the Rockies, his 17th of the year, strike one. He came in a 2-0 Padres win. And Stauffer beat Jimenez. Rockies have not had a hit since the rain delay. Their last hit was Chris Nelson's single in the 5th inning with nobody out. 1-1 on Blackman, who has 2 knocks tonight. Anthony Bass in his major league debut was 3 outs from getting a victory. Aaron Cook is on the wrong end of things.
Bell didn't like that selection. Threw a slider that just didn't do anything. With his delivery at times, if he doesn't get a little bit of extension, that ball will stay up into the strike zone. But typically he works down and then will come back up into the zone after getting ahead.
Pounds the zone there. It's
Nasty.
2-2.
92 mile an hour. Looked like a little cutback on the corner.
Blackman will go the other way. We've seen him do that already here in his first week in the big leagues. Looking to do it right there.
Giambi's been upside in the cages, swinging off the tee, off the soft toss, in preparation for an opportunity to try to tie or win this ball game. Bullpen guys have a tough time with this because the more pitches seen, the more you're obviously exposed. And so then guys start to see it, react to it, start to have doubt, because most closers are not contact guys. They're guys that can strike you out.
Looking at Nick Hundley. He wants the fastball in.
They've been everything away. Try to see if they can blow him up inside. Fights it off.
Good job by Blackman. Bell's an interesting story. A guy that has enjoyed great success now as a Padre closer the last few years. His first year in junior college, he was a walk-on at Rancho Santiago Community College in California. He was named a freshman All-American. He was drafted in the 69th round that year by Tampa. There isn't even 69 rounds anymore. Next year, after his sophomore year, he wasn't drafted at all. Signed as an undrafted free agent. This ball's in the air to center field. Easy play for Maven. One out. Chris Iannetta coming up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Colorado Rockies. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Rockies. Iannetta 0 for 1, an intentional walk, and he worked out a walk on his own in the 6th inning. Slider for a strike.
Bell's numbers at Coors Field, as you would expect, 8 saves, 2-1 overall record, 17 games, 20 in the 3rd inning.
This ball's well hit to right. Venable back at the wall, makes the catch. And there are 2 outs.
Chris walked twice tonight, and shallow fly ball to the left, but he got after that one.
Well, the Rockies are down 2, but Giambi's going to hit here for Jonathan Herrera. Been swinging the bat so well that Jim Tracy's thinking, hey, he's our best chance in my mind to get a base hit and get the tying run up in Carlos Gonzalez.
The shift is put on by San Diego. 3 on the right side.
He's also one swing of the bat and hit the ball out of the ballpark.
But again, normally you're going to put Giambi in that situation where if he does hit it out, it ties or puts you ahead. He can hit it out, and it's still a 1-run deficit.
And the way he swung it, they like it. And that's why you put your hottest pinch hitter up there and let him swing it. My point was, if he gets a hit, I'd just sooner go over the wall. They get one on the board in a hurry.
1 ball, 1 strike. Nervous youngster, 22-year-old Anthony Bass, who made his big league debut tonight in 5 innings.
And with all their injuries that they've had, and the way he pitched tonight, he's probably going to get another shot at it.
He went around. Brian Gorman didn't check it out with Larry Vanover at third. And he's accurate with that call.
So strong, gets the thing going. It's just so difficult to stop it.
Padres had scored only 2 runs over their last 28 innings coming in. A miserable record at Petco. They're 3 games over on the road. They have 3 runs tonight. 3-1 they lead. Two and 2 with 2 outs on Giambi. 3-2. Here's something else. Bud Black ought to be a candidate for a Pepto-Bismol commercial with all the close games he has to watch.
All the conversation about Giambi, the other reason he sent him up there, he's got a good eye. He gets on base, that guy in the on-deck circle can leave the yard in a heartbeat.
3-2, outside, ball 4. He goes to first. Rockies will get a pinch runner, and Cargo will get an opportunity to swing it against Bell. And EY comes marching out of the dugout. He'll run for Giambi.
Two for 5 for Gonzalez against Heath Bell.
Rizzo right on the line at first. You got a pitch up in the strike zone. Fouled it straight back.
Challenge he did. Man.
7th inning or later this year, Carlos Gonzalez has been most productive.
Most stars rise to the occasion, and obviously he's done that.
Here's the 0-1. 2-strike count. Rockies have been limited to 5 hits. Again, they have not had a hit since Chris Nelson's single following Cargo's single with nobody out in the 5th inning. Rockies had 2 on to begin that inning and did not score. Hilton hit a fly ball to center. Tulowitzki hit a comebacker out at the plate. Young's going to move up. Not a stolen base. Rockies' only run came in the 4th inning with 2 outs. Wigginton walked, stole second, and scored on a Charlie Blackmon single. That after the Rockies produced 30 runs in 4 games against the Dodgers.
Well, let's just see what Bell goes with here. If he'll go with the fastball up out of the strike zone or try to dive a slider from the outside part of the plate to the middle. One and 2.
He got it.
Padres will win it 3-1. Bell has his 18th save, and Anthony Bass, the rookie who just got called up from Double-A, has his first major league victory, and the Rockies fall to 2-3 on this homestand. Today's delivery of the game is brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. Bass featured a fastball up to 96 miles an hour today, and the Rockies did not do a lot with the kid who has skipped AAA, making his first big league appearance. And he controlled his emotions, and he gets his first big league win. Aaron Cook takes the loss. He's 0-1. 3-1 the final. The Toyota postgame show is next from here at Coors Field.